Uh, just another fucking day, right? Oh, we knew it was gonna be. This is, I hope I don't sound like I'm always fucking just like I'm always calling it, man. Right on, dead on. But this was the response that I expected from the DOJ, from Pam Bondi, the DOJ, Trump's uh, Attorney General. Because, like, really? Any of you guys thought that maybe Trump was more than willing to just sign a law 30 days ago, 28 days ago? And yeah, go ahead. I'm a child rapist. Let everybody know. Fuck it. I got another 30 days and then, whatever. Anybody think that was going to happen? 'Cause I didn't. But this is, it's got to, I guess, nothing ever comes down actually at once. If you slow it down, it's always pieces, no matter how fast they may fall. Everything comes apart in pieces, right? Well, that's what we're watching. We'll see how fast it starts to fall. Curly, what's up? I appreciate you reminding me I'm a fucking idiot as you misspell you are, but that's all right, buddy. I get it, man. I mean, I kind of get it. Like, I can't imagine ever being in a position where I spent the last however long it's been defending someone like Trump. You know what I mean? Like he's like, not I mean, the worst president we've ever had, clearly. That's not even debatable, but one of the worst humans, one of the worst Americans in our history for sure. Ted Bundy, Charles Manson, John Wayne Gacy, right? Just to name a few. It has to be difficult, and we kind of told you guys that it's going to be tough. Yeah, it's going to be impossible coming back from this if you sit there and continue to defend someone like Trump, who is just a really yucky person. Anyways, I understand you being upset. I wish there was more I could do for you. You're not the first one to call me a fucking idiot. You probably won't be the last. In fact, this might be not be the last time you'll come in and call me a fucking idiot. But I'll be here. And I will never, I had a moment earlier. I knew that and for those of you who don't know, I do hang out in other chats. I'm more than put myself out there with a lot of other folks that I want to engage with the other side. I don't. I get sick of hearing that. It's more I'm over there engaging with the folks that are technically Americans, but have no idea what it is to the Trumpers. Have no idea what it is to be an American whatsoever. Not even close. I don't pretend to know what it was like to have those know what folks went through 250 years ago, but I don't ever forget that exact thing, that I don't know what it was like for them. So to take for granted and just to piss away, you know, their incredible foresight, the way these son of bitch and fucking fascists have done, it's pretty disgusting, but I'll be here. I'll never thankfully have to worry about being in that position of defending, you know, I don't know. I guess I wonder, maybe it'd be cool to interview or talk with some folks that supported Nixon, right? And if, obviously they'd be quite a bit older now, but yeah. It's um it's really sad and disgusting that, but not a surprise at all that this is what what it came down to today. Not a surprise for me. And I don't think I have any sort of fucking super decoder ring or squirrel powers. Is that what? Yeah, some of the Trumpers say I have some squirrel powers. But sorry, just reading my notes. They so the immediately after the first release today, the survivors had gotten in contact with their attorneys, started, calling Congress, calling Trump, whoever they can, whatever PR people Trump might have available, and pushing. And then they released a batch of like another 200,000 files after the survivors had to petition them again, basically, right? It says campaigning to have more released, and supposedly more is going to come out, and there might be, but it's all it's there's over a terabyte and a half of data. So, but really, the small fraction again today that none of us are surprised has been fed to us like it. Anyways, these are already heavily redacted, right? So it's not expecting to see anything again. My focus has been how do we get this madness to end? You know, because it's obviously justice for these survivors and victims, but it's justice for all of us because otherwise we're subjected to the same two-tier justice system, right? That we're current without a doubt we're seeing. So I'm curious as to how the Trump cult base is going to the fucking Q nuts, Q tips that are going to respond to this shit. Respond to this really. I mean, they're not the brightest folks, right? So, and they're pretty loyal. They're not very bright, and they're pretty loyal. And you know, if you talk with some of them, you know that they're pretty beaten down. I mean, that's how this shit usually goes with these mass hysteria kind of boom uprisings, right? Hitler, for example. So yeah, that's gonna be my focus is to see how the Trump base overall reacts to this just shit show of a release, which we most of us knew was gonna be exactly what it is. I mean, it's I haven't even had anybody push back, sane, educated Trumper Even the Trumpers haven't. They never push back on when I ask them. Don't you think this is all just a little much to deny the campaigning on it? Actually, I don't know. Probably not just campaigning on it, right? So you can't just say it was 2024 that the Trump base cult has fucking been hollering about these files. It's been years before that. And so were they unprepared? I mean, did Trump forget for a short time, busy with the inauguration and all that good stuff, busy with fucking destroying the economy? And man, and they won't answer. It's just on to the next thing, you know, project, reject, deny, and move on. We will see. Uh, it does sound like that we'll see, continue to see batches of files being released throughout the night. It's so they actually have until 11:59 or something before they're in violation of the law. So 3 hours and I don't know 40 some minutes until they're all due. But that's what, and that's another thing that's really specific about this. But I don't think that that's anything either that the Trump base will pick up on. I mean, again, they're loyal but not bright. Is that this law was signed by Trump a month ago, and it's very, very short, sweet, to the point, and is specific and detailed about all files being released in full. So it's, but again, who will sign or who is going to hold Bondi and the DOJ accountable? Trump? I mean, I suppose eventually it can get to the Supreme Court. I don't know how quickly. It'd have to be at least a few months at the earliest, I would think. So, or soonest. But they released, and I'm not prepared to show any of that stuff right now, but released tons of photos, I guess, of Clinton and Dershowitz and Gates and oh, I don't know, all kinds of people. A lot of celebrities: Michael Jackson, Mick Jagger, which I'm just not. And there's they. I think there's been some pictures too, actually, of Trump released as well. They've released some more recently, released some more photos of Trump. So I don't really care about the photos. It's more what is going to be documented. What kind of underhanded, crazy shit were Epstein and Trump, or was Trump really a part of with Epstein? It's almost like you can imagine Trump being a strong third wheel for a number of years in this sex trafficking ring, right? I mean, you got Epstein. I mean, Mar-a-Lago was the place. How would that not be a perfect place to, re, you know, basically abduct these girls? And we see that kind of shit has happened too, right? Or it seems as though there's a lot of evidence for that. These girls, some of these girls have came from other countries, and Epstein, told them they had to hand over their passports to him, and I probably don't want to get too much into that because there's no reason to. It's about as bad as you can imagine, and to have Trump more than just know that this stuff was going on, and then at some point maybe he was a little bit smarter than Epstein and decided he needed to turn on him or whatever to get his ass out of it or try to. Very, very sketchy shit. So I just want to share the link where you can get these files yourself, and it's you can get in there and search out specific names. So for any of you who are, you know, serious about seeing just how, because it's a huge mix of Democrats and Republicans, independents, um, you know, just maybe, CEOs, mega wealthy CEOs of of many major companies from around the world, leaders of other countries, So it's a huge mix, which most of us expected. Hey Bear, what's up, sister? Happy Friday. Um, but yeah, you can get in there and search out any name if it's not redacted. Ooh, almost lost you for a minute there. All right, think we're still live. We are. Dingleberries. They are that, A Bear. That's a very nice way of putting today what the Trumpers are is dingleberries. Hard little annoying shitballs, right? Worse than that, really, but hey, hold on. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Hang on a second, you guys. Hang on. I thought my dogs were getting in trouble. The night's not over. That's like spring in Michigan, hey bear. Hey bear says she went from torrential rain and wind, 50 miles an hour, plus 60 to clear skies in time for sunset, and then more sleet. It's been very cold here today. Very little snow, but it's only been about 20 degrees since 2:30 this morning, and it's 18 right now. But we're headed back up. It's gonna be literally like springtime. It's gonna be a brown Christmas here. There might be some snow piles left laying around. I don't know. I doubt it. It's gonna be warm for the next. It's gonna be quite a bit warmer than average, I should say, for the next 2 weeks around here till after the first of the year, which I'm okay with. Yeah, I'm constantly talking with my local friends. Like we always had more snow earlier in the year. It seems like, anyways, when like in the 70s and 80s, we'd be fucking sledding on Thanksgiving in ass deep snow, right? And it's nothing like that anymore. I'd be pissed off if that's what it was like now. Darlene, what's up? Yeah, I'm sure there will be a lot of folks sharing the photos, and I just can't do it. It's just too easy. It's too easy, and it doesn't mean a goddamn thing because Epstein. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't mean that these people hang in photos with Epstein aren't guilty of some really terrible shit. I'm saying it doesn't prove they are, and that's obviously no. I hope it's obvious. It's no defense of any of them. Not one of them. He hung out with a lot of. He was, whatever. He was. It had ran with whatever a large circle of celebrities, people with money, right? It's not. I don't think that part of it's very difficult to wrap the head around. So that's why I'm not like I don't ever get. I just haven't given a flying fuck about all the photos that's come out. Seriously, I just haven't because it's more. I want to know how much Trump was involved. Like things like the phone calls every fucking day from Trump, anonymous phone calls every day from Trump at the end of the day to Epstein's office, anonymous. Like Trump would call and not say who it is, forced to listen to the fucking sickness. Man, are you guys, is this thing, is this buffer, is the stream buffering it off for you guys? It's my streaming software has disconnected and reconnected probably 6 times in the last several minutes. It's staying up, but I'm just wondering if it's flaking for you guys. All right. I think it's still hanging on there, so whatever. Whatever. Oh, it is buffering still. Okay. Thanks, Darlene. A Bear says it's buffering for her too. Yeah, it keeps resetting. I don't know why. Yeah. I know, right? Whatever. What do you mean? You're not new here, lady. You know exactly what kind of fucking shit show this is. Try and pull that on me. Nobody comes here thinking that it's going to be worth watching. Oh, man. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't know. It's flaky. Flaky, achy, achy. When I leave next week, I hope any of you moderators who can will drop in and say hi. And I mean, it's not like it'll be a bit. I'm just gonna have some Christmas deck, my TV2 tree up. But for the week that we're gone, I'll have a stream up, and I'll be able to pop in once in a while I'm gone, but probably not all that often. Hopefully it'll stay up though. I guess is what I was trying to get at. Is hopefully there won't be no problems like that because I haven't done week or longer streams very often. I mean, I have a dozen times or more, whatever, but uh, every once in a while, it doesn't take long. If your internet flakes or your power flakes for 2 seconds, then that's it. The computer resets and it won't just restart the stream. If you get it within it's 20 seconds, how it's been buffering for you guys, if I lose my internet connection, not necessarily power, it'll retry, not 20 seconds, it'll try to reconnect 20 times, and it does it pretty quick, right? Before it gives up. So, A Bear, you are getting all your holiday stuff done as we speak, right? Starting last week, I think, and probably going through the first. All the necessary required engagements and all that good stuff. Darlene, are you traveling with, I think, didn't maybe you traveled last year or something? Seems like I remember you traveling somewheres, not for a few days during the winter. I don't usually. So we're only going to see half of the kids, half of them this year for Christmas, I think. Maybe before the new year, we'll run into the rest of them. I wanted to rock some frickin' Jane's Addiction before the show tonight. Now here we go. All right. I'm trying to keep the copyright shit clean. Oh, so I guess this is it. I'm like, it's actually a little bit quiet. I'm surprised. I mean, not that I expect a super busy chat, but this is a pretty quiet chat so far. I'm like, holy shit, how long am I gonna have to sit here and fucking come up with crap to say? And then A Bear popped in, and I'm like, yeah. But it is, I guess, a Friday, so nobody will probably, or not many folks will probably be working next week, except for all the insanely um, necessary retail people, right? Let's not forget about them, man. How many of us are going to be banging down the road every fucking day, for the next week, stopping at this store, that store, like this gas station, this little store, gotta go pick up this, you know what I mean? And there's going to be someone there to sell you your peanuts and the last minute gift that you got wrong. The retail people, seriously. That's kind of why I had to get out of fucking food service business. I'm like, Jesus Christ. It wasn't like you were, it just sucks. You were always, when those were the times you had to work weekends, holidays. Ugh, after a while. Jay, what's up, brother? Cheers to you. Jay says he got to hang with Perry Farrell for a bit in the 90s because the didgeridoo player in his old band was his DMT connect, the DMT man. That's good stuff. Lollapalooza. I think I remember you telling me about that, the Lollapalooza gig before. I'm pretty sure. Ain't it funny, Jay? The freaks think that Regular folks like you and I could never have been part of stuff like that, or, you know, had a moment. A Bear, she's the fucking, she's the, she literally should have been e-columnist. She's a writer and she's met about everybody or seen them if they're a musician. Yeah, I get my shit together and fucking move next door to A Bear. Just bug the piss out of her about all the different folks she's just even met for a moment. I should have pinned that oh, I don't know if I can pin. Can I pin a link and have a poll up? Did I word that poll really a little bit screwy? Like, I don't know. I mean, the Trump administration is ultimately can clearly he can force the AG's hand, right? Right? Is anybody just I mean, that's why I said, should the Trump administration be sued? So far 71% of only a handful of people have said yes, he should be sued or they should be sued. So here again is the link to where you can, the searchable, downloadable. I don't know why anybody would need to download them, but maybe for media purposes. Um, Searchable, downloadable Epstein files, Trump/Epstein files. And so and you can obviously, like I said, searchable, you can go in there and type in whoever's name you want and possibly get, and that's the thing too, just because you put in someone's name doesn't mean that, and it doesn't come up, doesn't mean that they're not in those files. So it could be redacted, which is likely the case if you get in there and search Trump. Again, I don't know how much should we take a look at this? All right, maybe if you give me a moment. That must not be. The fuck? All right. Still do have audio. Now, why is all of a sudden this motherfucker seem quiet after it was just screaming the other night? All right, whatever. In view of the congressional deadline, all this is from the searchable, downloadable website for the U.S. Department of Justice on the Epstein Library, as you can see right above my ugly mug, the Epstein Library. And here is the privacy notice. In view of the congressional deadline, all reasonable efforts have been made to review and redact personal information pertaining to victims. Other private individuals and protect sensitive materials from disclosure. That said, because of the volume of information involved, this website may nevertheless contain information that inadvertently includes non-public, personally identifiable information or other sensitive content, to include matters of a sexual nature. In the event of a member of the public identifies any information that should not have been posted, please notify us immediately at the EFTA at usdepartmentofjustice.gov. So we can take steps to correct the problem as soon as possible. I want to read that last sentence. They said, because of the volume of information involved, this website may nevertheless contain information that inadvertently includes non-public, personally identifiable information or other sensitive content, to include matters of sexual nature. So it's asking folks to report any, if you find, I guess, sexual stuff pertaining to sexual nature or something you don't like in here about someone, that they're asking us to report it. I don't know what the fuck that's. I mean, what else could that possibly mean? Why would we don't? I mean, no fucking rational human, I hope, like I said earlier, thinks that everybody that is going to be mentioned in these files is guilty of a crime. I'm not so sure any of them have, you know, are great judges of character if they're hanging out with Epstein. You know what I mean? I think you do. Like, it's for sure all levels of folks that were just clear, just purely only ever knew Epstein on a business level, and that to me is probably what, maybe the bottom 10%. So the other 90%, it would go up from. I think it would go up from there. Doesn't that make sense? That we all know people in different, and some more we see more often, spent more time with, more personal time with, you know what I mean? Like, had deeper conversations, blah, 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 blah. But Trump was right up there in that fucking top, 98, 99%? You know what I mean? They were best buddies for 15 years. I'm just, again, I'm going to be focused on, I'm going to be certainly be focused on what the Trump cult base, how they're going to respond. The Q-tips, blah, blah, blah. So here it's going to be maddening. I don't know. The last I heard earlier was 300,000 files had been released, and maybe it was had been released at that time, and they were already certain more would be coming out. So I don't know if there's any. Yeah. So, anyways, if you're interested in that, there you go. There's the link. James, what's up? Trump and his fava bean. I couldn't read any more of your nightmare, James, because I don't want to have nightmares of my own involving Trump doing anything to me with his fava bean. God damn it, there goes my frickin' software again. I hope this stream stays up. I hope it's not buffering really bad. Oops. Why are you guys all fucking blown up on the screen like that? Yeah, for some reason I don't have your email. I'm glad Abe. I don't know if you. I was right behind you in a chat whenever a couple weeks ago or after we were trying to get that worked out. Email me again, James, and I will. So if you want, I mean, I don't want to get between you and A Bear. I'm not getting involved in any sort of wombat Santa triangle. So, but yeah, you can. I don't know why. I didn't have humans email saved either. Probably because I'm a complete fucking idiot and just did when some of you guys started emailing my channel account. I just didn't save it because I'm a fucking idiot. All right, brother. Yeah, good enough. A Bear, I swear I'll send you James's email, and I hope you get your wombat Santa. James is just being a cheat. I'm not. Again, I am not getting in to a wombat Santa triangle. So what do we got? That might be a hard one for me, even though I got nothing going. Should just fucking stay live until um Pam Bondi is in full violation of the law that her president signed just 28 days ago. Was it 30 days, you guys? For some reason, I thought when the night or morning, whatever, Trump signed this bill that they had 28 days. But maybe I'm just again a dipshit. I am a dipshit, but I don't know if I'm remembering that wrong or not. So 30 days ago at the most anyways, right? Whether it's 28 days or not, 30 days ago at the most, the man that appointed Pam Bondi to her attorney general position of the United States signed a bill requiring her Department to release all these files in full. And again, we can go back and read this notice at the very, very top of the page. This is it. Search full Epstein library. Very next thing. In view of congressional deadline, all reasonable efforts have been made to review and redact personal information pertaining to victims and other private individuals. Would you guys consider Donald Trump a private individual? I'm asking that seriously. It seems a little bit rhetorical, right? But is he able to legally make that claim that he's a private individual? Certainly, like right now, as we speak. So in 3 hours and 3 minutes, as far as my very limited understanding of the great laws of America, Pam Bondi will be in full violation of the law that Trump just signed less than 30 days ago, or no more than 30 days ago. Uncle Tom, what's up, brother? Cheers to you. Yeah, we didn't really expect anything different from her, did we? Oops, I got that shit all fucked up again. Yeah, we didn't really expect anything different from them, right? Yeah, see, there's just no way. I mean, he is so so there's so now the next thing is how do we is there any way for Congress to find out if any of these redactions have been Trump's name, because that also would be in violation, or I would think could be in violation of this law that he just signed, right? Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. I think that I think the big reveal here is going to be how does the far right, or how does the true, maybe semi-sane conservatives left in our country deal with this, right? We know there's going to be, and maybe some of his more of his base will peel off, right? I'm sure I'm sure there's got to be people that are waking up, maybe. Take some of us a little bit longer, I guess. I don't know about how hard it is to see what's going on with this fucking maniac, but um, it's gonna be. I think it's just gonna be very interesting to see how his base is dealing, and immediately but I deal with some real extreme, what I think is probably the most extreme Trumpers. Has to be, right? Like, these people are fucking vile. So they're the ones that I'm expecting to hang out. It just doesn't matter. Trump could go out into Fifth Avenue and shoot people, or he could go out there and rape people, and has. And they'd be fine with it. So yeah, it's pretty difficult to imagine all of just but it's going to be like the Susie Wiles um begging to be fired. I mean, come on. She's the smartest fucking person in that inner circle right now. By far. She's not a fucking dummy. You know what I mean? So for her to do the she absolutely knew what she was doing. She wanted out, like, she didn't want to leave on her own as like a scurrying fucking cockroach, right? She wanted to give some sort of impression that she stayed on because she knew she was the only sane one in the room, right? And that's what and she was begging to be fired and doing these Vanity Fair interviews. Are you kidding me? And I mean, with any president, if you're the chief of staff of any president, let alone Trump, you're out of there after that shit. So what the fuck is going on? And Trump probably realizes it too. Maybe, I don't know, that she's the smartest person in the room, and she's the only one that's, well, I guess, that wants to even give any sort of appearance of, hey, we're trying to do the right thing or be the right people here. By calling out all these other, crazy bastards like Vance and Musk and Trump himself, she is separating herself from the very fucking circle that she is, was completely support, right? It's not like you're just, hey, you getting hired and fucking doing your little bit. It's like, it's a all fucking balls out team effort for all the fucking madness, right? And for her to do that, not just one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, or 10 interviews, but 11 interviews with Vanity Fair. She was begging to be fired. Please fire me before you release the fucking Epstein files. Bongino, same thing, except for he wasn't going to get fired. He was just out. He's fucking like, Lindsey Graham, enough is enough. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. And right out, I mean, really? Marjorie Taylor Greene. These aren't just fucking Republicans that are like, oh, I'm a little, I'm just not feeling the Republican Party anymore. You know what I mean? These are staunch fucking MAGA nuts at the highest level. These are the fucking generals and the admirals of the fucking MAGA fucking nut ship, right? The shit ship. So it doesn't stop. Elise Stefanik, sad Euphoria Stefanik, as we like to call her. She's fucking she's stepping down, not gonna run again. And you nobody wants, I mean, that's what I'm watching. That's what I'm watching. Anyways, this is all way too much at one time. Trump's complete fucking meltdown and on prime time television, right? I mean, there was, look at, again, Susie Wiles. Why would she had not gone in and tell Trump, there's no way. You cannot go out there and do this interview from the Oval Office, this address, like that, Are you kidding me? These people are separating themselves in hopes to somehow save face in some way, right? But anybody who doesn't have their fucking head up their ass knows that they're all just a bunch of dirty dogs. Yeah, there isn't going to be nothing on there about that. That's exactly it. Is that it's not going to, if anybody's name's redacted. So, like, Trump's name could very well be on some of the files that were released, but blacked out, right? So they're not going to show up, and or his name may just not have been on any of the files that were released. But that's what I'm curious, is another question, and I don't know that there would ever be any sort of resolution to this, is that is Congress able to find out what the redactions are? I mean, or is there at least a committee of Congress that is able to find out what the redactions are? Because, and at least could say, well, push to have them reposted or whatever. Yeah, it's just insane. This is pretty much exactly what I expected. Honestly, I expected some sort of slow release, right? And there'll be plenty of redactions, and we won't see anything with Trump's name on it. And who's gonna hold? Who's gonna know any different, or who's gonna hold Bondi and the DOJ accountable? It's gonna be another long drawn out thing. And the worst part of it is because the only thing I think that any reasonable person could would be willing to at least consider is the survivors having a say in this. And they're not, it's already, they're furious that this is what's happening. This is how it got released. And I'm sure, sadly, I'm sure many of them already knew that this is what they were going to do. Because look, they've had to fight so hard to get to this point anyway. It's like, why would you have to do that? You know what I mean? If I know that some crime that's been committed against me is going to be, and then I'm not saying that that's how it should be for everybody, but it's easy to imagine that most folks, and especially if they're able to work through everything they've been through, are fighters. You know what I mean? And they're gonna want to see the most justice done, right? And they're not gonna be like as adults worried about their name being out there. And though I suppose it's a little different with, if you're going to be associated even with any accusations against Trump because he has a really violent, disgustingly violent base, right? We all know that. We all know that MAGA folks are all about running around with their guns and blowing people's fucking heads off if they don't talk nice about Trump. Yeah, the millions of dollars of overtime paid to FBI agents to go through and remove Trump's name is probably in the hundreds for sure. So I guess this was their big, probably just kind of a test to see how some of these folks are going to react. But there was God, I listed all the people that are like not just fucking, some piss on fucking Republican aide, right? All these people that are fucking bailing or doing crazy shit like fucking Wiles did and calling these motherfuckers out. Oh my gosh, now I forgot what I was going to say already. Um yeah. Yeah, maybe it'll come back to me. Right. Like it's all, yeah. You'll hear him say that shit too. That this is all a fucking movie. Like the real nuts out there are like, this is all fucking staged bullshit to bring down the fucking deep state, you know? Lucy, what's up? Yep, the truth is their enemy. And they battle with reality, like you said. So it's boy, I wish I could remember what I was gonna say, but it's still not coming to me. Um oh, the Turning Point USA. Yeah, thankfully. I'm all right with that. That was only about a fucking 30, maybe a 1 minute fucking brain bloop. The Turning Point USA fucking fight on stage at the last so Ben Shapiro was attacking Candace Owen, and there was some like dumb fucker Carlson was involved or mentioned, and some other people, and it's like you're gonna start seeing hopefully some sort of divide between what at least we can consider, rational Christian conservatives, like my daughter, my grandkids, my son-in-law, right? And these whack job fucking Trumpers, these far right Christian nationalists like Turning Point USA, and, you know, folks who probably believe in some sort of fucking crusade and all that good stuff. Yeah. Yep. I don't know if you've seen that or not, Tom, but it's pretty cool or pretty crazy and cool. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I get it. I'm a pretty patient like, or fairly patient, and I think I'm half ass, well spoken, maybe a C plus in communication skills, hopefully. But it's the shit they spew is just so absolutely fucking infuriating, right? It's like, you motherfucking self-centered, fucking egotistical, narcissist bastard. It's like, are you kidding me? Why the fuck aren't you carrying a cross around with you wherever you go? I mean, not one around your neck, but a whole motherfucking cross on your back. You fucking sinless son of a bitch. Yeah, they're out there. So I'm all about that. I figured it'd come, you know, but when even they can't hold on forever. My thing is probably the same with you guys. Is we've had enough. You know what I mean? We get it. We fucked up as a nation and did not listen to each other's problems or whatever it is or concerns about our country soon enough, or we weren't listening to the fucking kooks who thought weren't happy with our country, right? Because it's never going to be perfect, but as long as we're moving along, but we're not moving along anymore, we're, at a complete standstill and heading backwards, or even in just a worse direction than backwards. And so, with the amount, with the number of people that support Trump at this point, his hardcore base, which is obviously a fucking, you know, minority in this country, but still, however many, 40, 50 million people maybe still support this nut religiously. I don't know. Uh, Still out there. It's like, we got, we don't want this thing. I mean, the ultimate scenario is that he's removed long before the next election. We don't even want to have to deal with that shit. It must be, or before the next general election, I should say. And so hopefully you guys see the fucking clock counter as always next to me. 318 days and 2 hours and 43 minutes and 13 seconds until the midterm elections. And that could be very big, and I don't have any fucking desire to say we got the fucking house wrapped up. If we don't, there's no hope left. If the Democrats can't win back the House in next November, then we really don't have any hope at all anymore beyond that. I mean, whatever comes to us is going to be, I guess, start from a fucking lower place of rebuilding if we're able to get through that. So let's hope that doesn't happen, but it still isn't going to change anything if we're not able to somehow tie the Senate or take control of that as well. Right? I mean, America really needs this. Like, if we're already set so far back from this son of a bitch, it's just, we're not, I'm 55, and I'd say I don't know if we would able to fully recover in our foreign relations in my lifetime, right? So you're talking what, 30 more years maybe? Would we be able to fully recover from the damage Trump's done with, just being completely toxic about NATO and, for fuck's sake, attacking, sovereign nations for no fucking reason and using shit excuses? Even Stephen Miller now, in regards to Venezuela, just recently said, well, we built all those fucking oil wells, and so we should take them back. It's like, no, motherfucker, you were still shitting your motherfucking diaper when those oil wells were built. I think they were built in the early 70s, maybe late 60s, early 70s, well before that little dickhead's time. So you didn't build shit, motherfucker. American company Chevron was huge in that. But you think they weren't fucking compensated? Are you fucking kidding me? The millions of dollars that they made off those wells after they were built? That's fucking ancient history. When did those wells go back to the people of Venezuela? Late 70s? Or was it Carter that was it Carter that made that deal? Probably. Oh, yeah. Tom says, not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but we have to be ready for anything. I agree. I think that I've said all along. I mean, if you mean like Trump doing whatever he can to still somehow retain control, like do some sort of coup again, like January 6th was just a plain simple pure coup attempt, and I'm still in awe, or just speechless about exactly what that was on January 6th, and how not only did they not fucking think it all the way through. So what if you take fucking control of the Capitol? Then what? You're gonna hold Congress hostage until what? Until what? 350 million people bend to your will? Holy fucking shit. I still cannot believe that happened. So I don't Yeah, there's nothing beyond this administration, Tom. Not for a second. It's like you know, I've been saying that for, and I've been so far wrong, but for at least 2 years that if Trump gets into power, which he did now, he will enact martial law. Now we don't know. This is going to be the big test, I think. Will will we be able to will Trump try to stop the elections in November? Yep, exactly. See? Yes, or suspend voting. That's exactly going to be it. That's going to be the test. Will he enact martial law, and or my guess is that could be the time he would do it. And certainly if he feels like he's going to be impeached, right? So we'll see. Obviously, this is going to be an extremely fast and heated year, and hopefully the violence stays. I said last night on the stream that it seems like the political violence, at least maybe, has started to calm a little bit. The protests, the ICE protests, and that have started to calm down. Not that they ever got real crazy this year, but it's going to be a very heated year, and I think that's what we'll have to see, where the temperature, or Trump is going to be wanting to see where the temperature of the nation is when as we get closer to these elections, because he doesn't give a fuck about whether the Republicans control the House or not, other than he doesn't want to be removed from office. Tom, are you guys traveling at all? We're driving out to DC to see Trey. We're gonna be fucking leaving next. We're gonna be leaving on Christmas Eve morning, before the sunshine, before the sun rises, and we're gonna drive out to Maryland to see Trey, and we're gonna go run through DC one of the days. Who knows what else? Yeah, we do have it. Yeah, it's this is their last. This is their last dying gasp. Like the not, maybe not their last dying gasp, but they're gonna have to go back underground, right? We haven't had to deal, like it's been since the end of World War II, that these far right fascists have you know went dark, or whatever the cool saying is, and they've just been rebuilding, and they need, for one, they needed masses, right? So you needed a bunch of fucking poor ass fucking ding dongs like these Trumpers, right? Uneducated, stupid as fuck. Like I said, they're not bright, but they're loyal, and that's the kind of gun humping, cousin fucking Trumpers. That's what they needed. Uneducated. Trump said it. I love the uneducated. So since World War II, you've had these wealthy, well educated, far right extremists, Christian nationalists, that have just done their thing, you know, for the last couple generations, and are now, you know, and they needed a buffoon like fucking Trump, right? Who makes a perfect fucking puppet because he's got a big ass, and these motherfuckers can get all their arms up at the same time. And then you need that fucking base that those fucking pawns, the minions, the drones, the clones, the puppets that they can just fucking throw into mass hysteria. Yeah. I think well, maybe it was Tina told me that you guys had drove out to Oregon. Peter, what's up, brother? Peter says the most popular part of MAGA family reunion is the speed date. God damn it, I'm a little discouraged. Jay says it was under Ford in 1976 that Venezuela nationalized oil. Thank you, brother. See, God damn it, dude. You guys always make me feel good because sometimes I worry about my fucking memory. Anyways, and they completed it in 2006. Carter gave the Panama Canal back in 79, though. Right, so it was WSS under Ford in 76 that Venezuela nationalized oil, and they completed it in 2006. I didn't know it had taken that long. So from 76 to 2006. I didn't know that it was that long, but yeah, that's awesome. It's absolutely insane that the Trumpers we're not the world's police, but we should be able to go anywhere we want and take any of anybody else's shit that we want, or as much as anybody else's shit that we want. Seriously. These motherfuckers are fucking dangerous. Well over 2,000 miles. Yeah, one way, right? Yeah, I think we have 700 miles ahead of us on Christmas Eve. It's supposedly, I don't know, the fucking the hours keep going up, but we're gonna have really clear roads and weather, and I could not be happier because we've had some fucking shitty weather already this year, and I'm like, holy fuck, how are we fucking driving to Maryland in a goddamn blizzard and back? Like, fuck that. But yeah, we should be able to fucking haul balls all the way there and back. Or I guess haul balls. I don't know. I'm also concerned about speed. I've already been wondering how much speeding I can do. It's like I need to be pushing. I don't want to I don't need no fucking 20 mile an hour over speeding ticket from some fucking hick ass fucking state trooper or something. Eastbound down, load 'em up and trucking. We gonna do what they say can be done. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Eastbound, just watch old bandit run. Jerry Reed was all right for a redneck, right? I always thought he was funny as fuck. Even like just in his interviews, he seemed like a cool cat. Peter says we got more value from USAID feeding and helping countries, people in need, than shooting drug boats with $10 million a day naval operation. Yeah, Peter, Tom there is my uncle in real life. I know some of our crew know that, but so like his sister-in-law, my aunt, was career Navy. You know, my son, who we're going to see, he was Navy, still works for the government. It's like that was it's disgusted me from the beginning that, you know, and it was in October that I went off on this shit. I'm like, this motherfucker Trump is asking your children, your extremely, brave, honorable children, your maybe your siblings, maybe your grandchildren, nieces or nephews, to fucking commit crimes. How do those people running firing those weapons on that aircraft carrier feel, knowing that these people look, whatever their fucking, how easy it is to stop in the middle of a situation like that that's happening like this, and you got some fucking guy with a lot of shit on his fucking sleeve screaming at you to shoot some motherfuckers right now, trying to recall what your oath is and where do you stand. That's one thing. But then when they seen that they were hanging on for their life, you know what I mean? What is that doing to those people? I can't, it's very difficult to sit here and put too much responsibility on these enlisted folks, though they do have a responsibility. It's more, look at what this president is asking your family to do, possibly your family. There's I don't know, 30 plus thousand, probably maybe it's up to 40,000 sailors and Marines in the Caribbean now. So yeah, it's well, Peter, again too, like I said, it was just the other day, Stephen Miller admitted that it was nothing to do. He didn't say, "Oh, it's nothing about drugs." He just, mistakenly had his slip up and said, "Look, those oil wells we built and we should have them back." And that basically, that's the reason the drug boats are being blown up, because we need to go. Trump said the other day he doesn't need Congress's approval to go in on the ground there. It's look, there's nothing we can do unless we want to do something. That's what it comes down to. There's nothing we can do until we're ready to do whatever it takes to stop, I don't know. I mean, look how Trump folded, though. Unfortunately, like, again, I'm sick of seeing this shit prolonged, right? Like, he got the fucking message that from the military that they would not be going into the streets of America and terrorizing our neighborhoods, their own neighborhoods. And you see how that shit just fucking flipped, just like that. All of a sudden, no more fucking talk. Not that there isn't ICE raids. There's been no more fucking talk about National Guard being sent here all over from this state and this fucking red state and that fucking red state, right? All that shit stopped quick. He's like fucking dirty water or piss, looking for the fucking, path of least resistance to get to his goal. Peter says Americans in the armed forces are well trained. The hardest thing is to follow orders and commit actions contrary to training. Right. Next, military soldiers need a reason and goals and objectives. Exactly, brother. I mean, it is, I've listened to so many of these career um, military folks and talk to family members myself, right? Friends and family members myself that have served, because I haven't, but that explain just that, the extreme difficulty of what that is to follow and be willing to reject illegal orders. Certainly, just a bit, and that's why I brought it up, is because it's really disgusting that that's exactly the position that our president is putting these folks in, right? So I think so that's kind of, it's tough. Anybody that's regular here knows that yeah, I am very supportive of our military. I always have been, and it's it's uh it's disgusting what they're being asked to do. We had my cheesy little poll. I don't know, I feel like I could have come up with something a little better, but we asked, should the Trump administration be sued for violating the law by not releasing the Epstein files in full, the law that Trump signed 30 days ago? 14 voters, 71% say yes, 29% say no. I'm going to leave that up for now. Below the poll is a link to where the searchable, downloadable Epstein files library. And you can, so you see it. It's Department of Justice right there. And there are, without a doubt, endless files. Page after page after page after page. And I have no idea how many more have been downloaded in the hour and a half that I've been sitting here flapping my gob, but all right. I have to take a short break, and I don't know about any more coffee. As I seriously yawn, I've already drank 2 cups, and that's enough. It's not helping. I'm not tired. I'm fucking probably nervous yawning because there's so much, just too much anticipation, right? How many of you guys are fucking sick of, don't want to prolong this have this shit prolonged anymore? I'm already, inconsolable on the fact that Trump will never be tried for trying to overthrow the will of the people. I mean, there's honestly, at the end of this, because as terrible as the whole, whatever part of Trump that Trump took in assaulting these children, these women when they were kids, if we don't have a constitutional republic, if we're not able to keep our democratically managed constitutional republic, then those women would never ever have any sort of rights or concerns about them, and anybody else's, you, me, our rights would be completely shit too. So that's really the most heartbreaking. That's the thing that I'll never be able to be consoled about is Trump really took a fucking huge risk and struck right at the very heart of what it is that makes changes everything in our lives about our freedoms, right? I mean, it's pretty hard to deny. That was a clearly staged yet failed coup attempt. And I think that still, I think it's hard to have committed a bigger violation against humanity than that. But all right, hang tight, you guys. I will be back in just a few minutes. All right, I appreciate you hanging out. If you haven't hit the thumbs up or down, do that. Share with those you love, those you don't. Subscribe, ring my all bell, all that good shit. I'll see you in a minute. I'm back and I have some awesome venison jerky. So excuse me. That shit's good. We made 10 pounds of that shit last week. And I have tea. I got gray clouds that seem to follow me. But I got clear thoughts and cold green tea. Yeah, oh my god, the fucking jerky's amazing. Yeah, she is in hiding. Or yeah, I think she's actually in hiding now or something, isn't she? That Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, Maduro's no fucking no saint, is he? But Trump definitely wants somebody in there that is going to be more, you know, more inclined to let him do whatever the fuck he wants with rare earth minerals and with the oil. That's right. See, why do you got to be mean and bring up the fudge? Now I'm going to sit here and eat a whole fucking pound of this jerky that I don't need to eat right in front of you. Yeah, I just, it's I was going to ask if any of you guys caught Putin's um, address to his nation the other day, yesterday. I suppose you didn't. I'm probably, I'm sure most of us aren't that much of fanatics like I am, but I didn't listen to it all, but I do listen to Putin's address. It like when he does those long sit down propaganda interviews, like I I I do seriously watch those quite often because look, unlike Trump, Putin is can be fascinating to listen to because the fucking level of bullshit is fucking top notch, right? He's an well educated, well trained rat that Trump is not. Trump's just a fucking dirty rat, right? So God, what did he bring up that I actually agreed with? Yes. Other energy producing nations like Saudi Arabia seeing what Trump is doing in the Caribbean and taking concern, right? I'm there's some truth that, I thought about bringing this up when I first heard that, and I'm like, you cannot fucking, you cannot go on your stream and agree with something that this maniac Putin says. But I just did because I do. I mean, it is absolutely rational to think that this is certainly a view that at some point folks that aren't our allies and our allies too, let's be clear that maybe our allies aren't going to be really concerned with us attacking their ships or commandeering their oil vessels or whatever, right? It's that the folks that are Arab states mainly, the folks that are, and I guess some of these South American countries, um, the folks that are kind of neutral or are just trying to survive themselves, right? Like and they do have our energy states, Saudi Arabia, for instance, the UAE. Um, it's rational to think that maybe at some point, if Hegseth and Trump continue their fucking, pirates on the sea thing, that they would not be friendly towards us in any shape or manner. Not that they're like going to be some sort of physical threat themselves to us, but like, why would anybody want to fucking deal with us or trust us at some point? I mean, we've already lost a lot of that. So I have to I admittedly agree with Vladimir Putin on that point, though he is clearly wanting, it's one of those rare things where he's probably correct, and it's also something that will benefit him. So, but that's how it works when you have a fucking, you know, a coup staging pedophile in the White House. So we are about exactly, well, we are 2 hours and 2 minutes to the deadline, basically, and 2 hours and 3 minutes until Bondi is in clear violation of the law that her boss signed just 30 days ago. I thought it might work out all right, me eating this shit on the stream, but it's going to get quiet when I do. Maybe, unless I eat with my mouth while I'm eating. Yap while I'm eating. I have to keep some nourishment in me. Jesus, you guys, I'm not a huge fan of venison. I'm not a huge fan of venison. I eat we ground quite a bit of it with, well, last year we got some oh, they were pork roast, but I was trying to remember if they were like rump roast. Anyways, they weren't tenderloins. There wouldn't have been enough fat on that, but this year we ground it with beef fat, so, and I like the venison burger because I have it in chili, tacos, spaghetti, Mrs. V and the kid will eat on hamburgers. I'm yeah with that, but like the kid just made a crock pot roast with a venison roast. And I had some of the potatoes and carrots, but and I might try some of the roast if he's able to get it to where it falls apart, but there's just no fat on this stuff. No, we made it. This is from the deer that my kid shot. We made 10 pounds of it last week. Yeah, my youngest boy got, well, he's gotten three, $2 and a dough. See, I should have took a picture of his mount. He just put a mount over our full fireplace with all four of his racks that he's gotten so far in the last, I don't know how long he's been deer hunting, two, maybe almost 3 years. But he bleached all their heads and all that good shit and got them all cleaned up, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and went out to the barn and found one of my expensive fucking 1x12s and mounted them on there. All right. Had to drop the stream title in the Chud chat again. It's been hours. I probably did it right when I went live. I want nothing more than to fucking piss on their fucking every fucking day parade. Their whatever. I don't know. Their fucking snow globe parade. I would like to. It'd be 2 more hours. I don't know if I can do that. I'd like to. We'll see. I'd like to stay live until the fucking deadline actually expires. Yeah. Like the Trump crew, dopey and stupid and asshole and asswipey. That would be the name of Trump's reindeers. Pedo and Pissy and Orangey. Sorry. Had to return a message. Yeah. I'm pretty chill. I'm surprised. I was up all night because I was just wound for sound. Like I just felt good. I had plenty of rest, so I was just like smoking dope and putting down fucking coffee last night, and just chatting with folks all through the fucking night. All right up until early this morning. And then I finally decided I should probably try and get some rest because we weren't going to see any of these files for, till I don't even know when they first came out. I think I was back online by like 1 o'clock this afternoon, and there had been, that's when the release had started just right before that. But yeah, I've been in a totally good mood. I mean, this is exactly what I expected to happen. Strangely enough, I was right this time. That doesn't happen all that often, maybe. And so I'm just yeah, where it's gonna be it's I think that it's gonna take a little while, maybe a day or two for the outrage to really start catching on. You know, um the really sick, disgusting, the lowest of the low of the Trumpers are, you know, completely ignoring and even in many cases bashing the victims. So it's it's pretty. I think that we're gonna have to wait and see, you know, the outrage from these survivors. They're already furious. Excuse me a minute. Yeah, that's the thing, Jay. My onboard WA, like I have my my Boss ME70 effects processor, and it has the onboard wah, which is it and its volume until you pound it. And I wish I had a separate one. Maybe one day. Even though I'm kind of glad, like, I mean, it's I've gotten used to it. It took me a minute, right? I'd be fucking screwing my volume up instead of getting my fucking crybaby action going. But I guess it's relieved me from overusing that fucking wah pedal because I was getting bad about it. I have to admit, a few years ago I was terrible about just fucking being on that thing on every goddamn lead. So it happens though when you're limited. Yeah, I've always liked the fade effects, like the string section, string ensemble effect that you can get from controlling the volume knob with your pinky, right? Doing um Jesus, I'm losing my fucking completely losing my train of thought now. Anyways. Oh, doing ring harmonics, touch harmonics, and using your control button or a knob or volume knob. Mm-mm. I still got a big chunk here. I know. It's completely unbecoming of me to sit here and chew on fucking jerky while I'm trying to yap to you. My mouth is watering. This many fucks to give. Shit is amazing though. It can't be very healthy for me. I mean, deer meat is, but not with all that salt. Roy Buchanan, that sounds familiar. I wonder. Let me do a little bit of searching. Hmm. This is at so this is of an hour ago. It was updated. The Justice Department on Friday released thousands of documents from the Jeffrey Epstein files, the first records to come to light under a new law signed by President Trump. How about that? His own attorney general is less than 2 hours away from being in violation of a fucking law that he signed 30 days ago. I don't know, but isn't the attorney general like the top law enforcement officer in our country? The release included about 3,900 files, mostly photos, that can be accessed by the Justice Department's website here. CBS is also maintaining searchable database here. I've shared the link to the downloadable, searchable website that the DOJ has up, and it does work and all that good stuff, thankfully. The images, thousands in all, including photos of several prominent figures, Epstein's travels with his various homes, and more. Police reports and other investigative documents were also included. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required the Justice Department to release all its files related to Epstein by Friday, with exceptions for survivors, personal information, and other narrow categories. But Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, he said the volume of materials means the files must be released on a rolling basis, which is not what the law says at all. All right, what I do there? Oh, all right. I got you back. Thanks, Jay. I'll save that link and check it out. I listened to a couple fucking old 80s metal tunes at about 4 o'clock this morning. I have not listened to much music recently. If it's after 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, maybe it is, and I'm in the vehicle, if I'm in the truck, then I listen to NPR, and I'll get to listen to some jazz for as long as I'm driving. Holy messages. All right. Aaron, what's up, brother? Are you working tonight? I hope you don't have to work over the holidays or too much. I know you might have to work around there sometime. But you've been with the company quite a while, I think maybe you told me, right? So hopefully you have some seniority and are able to like I say, not have to work around the holidays too much. I was crying about that earlier with all my years in food and beverage handling, having to go through that bullshit. Because I was saying, and to folks like Aaron, right? Anybody serving the community, right? Our retail workers, we're all going to be like our first responders. We're all going to be bouncing around from fucking this store to that store and doing this and that gas station and just anything and everything, right? And there has to be people out there working like mad in this next week, less than a week, to get us through the holiday, to get us through Christmas, right? With everything we need and all that good stuff. So I hope you guys will always hope you keep that in mind. I know most of you will. Don't forget about those people in the service industries, right? They're out there working, so we're able to bounce around and do the final running around and buying shit that we need and all that good stuff. Oh, about 2 years there, right on. Bill was just telling me that he got the flu pretty good a few weeks ago. But he's such a tough bastard. He didn't complain about it. I didn't even know until, like I said, he was already over it. Yeah, I'm more and more concerned with that shit at my age. And the fucking flu vaccine, you guys know I'm not anti-vax, but I'm just saying it's really it's can't say it's worthless, completely worthless, but the percentage of time it hits the target is very, very low. Doesn't hurt to go get a flu shot, but with all the different strains that we get every year and the fact that the flu vaccine that you're getting this year is based on strains that were the most prevalent and infectious last year, it's more than just kind of a hit and miss thing. But again, getting a flu vaccine is not going to hurt at all. So all you do, I guess, is as much insurance as you can possibly have against getting sick, right? You should do that. I could probably totally cut some of my worry right in half if I could continue to live just a little bit healthier of a lifestyle. Yeah, it's like every year we discover about 35 to 50 new strains of flu. And of those 35 to 50 strains, we take the five most, literally, it's five, no matter if it's 35 strains, new strains that are discovered, or 50 new strains, we take whatever, we take, even if it's probably only five new strains, we'll take all five of those new strains and create a vaccine for them, but it never gets, it never reaches us until the following flu season, which, you know, it we're a big community, but a year of it running through society, there may not be a big risk that you're going to get that after the vaccine comes out. I think that well, I don't know how many. Again, repeatedly I've said tonight, the Trumpers are not the sharpest. They're dedicated and loyal, but they're not sharpest folks. So yeah, I'm the same way, Jay. Me too, brother. I think it's great. Yep. I'm waiting for some son of a bitch to fucking pop me in the kidney or something because I'm wearing a mask. Fucking light it, slice him. I cut a motherfucker for not letting me wear. Yeah, dude. I was like, hey, this is great. I can fucking do the most that I can. Like, just like it's fucking nuts, ain't it, brother? I'm a man. I don't wear I can't wear a mask. I'm a man. It's like more than half of them motherfuckers need to have something over their mouth. I have a big mouth, but whatever. I'm not a fucking dumbass. I don't give a fuck what they say. And I don't care what Mrs. B has said. On very rare occasions, I remind you. I might have to turn my camera off again though. I really wanna hang for a while, but I'm gonna have to I gotta do a dab and I can't do that shit. I can't be lighting up my fucking nectar collector right on the fucking stream, otherwise the Trumpers get all fucking look at that fucking meth head smoking meth head toothless bastard. Look at him. All right, I'm getting out of hand. That's what happened. See, You guys can tell. You should probably tell the difference from when I have a cocktail and when I just have straight coffee. This is straight coffee. That's I have. I've said many times, quite often, the only time I have a cocktail is when I stream, and that's true. I don't usually drink. I mean, I don't usually just sit and have a cocktail. It's like it kind of like when I stream, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have a cocktail and help loosen me up and relax me a little bit, right? Not that I need any help fucking running my mouth at all, loosening my lips, but that would I've said like, look, if I'm streaming, it's likely I'm having a cocktail because that's the only time I have a cocktail. But that's not been the case. This is like the fourth night in a row. I mean, I'm a fucking from one extreme to the other. I didn't. I've been streaming this whole time, but I didn't. And been on the mic in almost 2 weeks, and then 4 days ago, I finally did a stream, and now I've been going 4 nights in a fucking row. It feels good though. Maybe it's time to just even though you guys know I have one, maybe sometimes I'll have two of my coffee cocktails, but it's usually only one, though they're not small. Maybe I don't, maybe it's time just to give them up all together, if I'm not really getting any enjoyment out of it. Jay says Darlin laughs when people get stupid. Well, it's funny though, Jay. I mean, look, there's clear obviously most of us know, and I know Jay does that. Darwin was right in a lot of ways, but not 100 completely accurate with his theory of evolution. But certainly, you have to question Darwin about the Trumpers. Like, how is that natural selection to go from Neanderthal to Trumper? And Jay, are they not those fucking nut sacks like fucking Yankee Ward always talking about de-evolution? is that not? Is that not? I mean, maybe he's onto something. Maybe Yankee has a point. All right, hang on, you guys. I got to turn my camera and mic off a second so I can do a big fat fucking meth dab. Head rush. Can you see it? Woo! My eyes never get fucking bloodshot unless I'm completely fucking exhausted. I don't know what these ones were called. They never. I always throw the fuck. They don't put a label on the fucking container anymore, just on the box, and I always pitch it right away. But those ones taste good. They're more like a fucking real fucking dope. None of that. I'm not a big fruity dope person. I like my fucking pot to taste like nasty, skunky fucking dope. Yeah, I've seen you, Darlene. We've had both our Michigan mouths fucking yapping at each other in the past, right? Yeah, that fucking bitch is so fucking hilarious. God damn it, I didn't save it. Not to before I went live, she fucking told Tide that one time in the winter her niece's dog got hit by a car and died and she had to stick it in her freezer. And that fucking dumbass Tide says, "Really, Lala? Wow." For fuck's sake, man. Oh, I don't get it. You have to I mean, I'm not I'm never claiming to be like the most fucking sane person in the world. And so maybe that's why I still fucking get off on it. Otherwise I would be maybe I'd feel a little bit more show a little more compassion for these folks. I mean, how fucked up and lonely do you have to be to fucking sit there and to need friends so bad that you have to you can't call this idiot out saying that their fucking niece put their dead dog in their freezer. Are you, that you let them put your fuck, you know what I mean? No fucking way. I've had a chihuahua. We've had small dogs that have passed and I can never, and there could never ever be a situation possible that I would have needed to put my own fucking dog in my own freezer. Get the fuck out of here with that. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh, oh, did she? I did. Is that in her new video? Does she got that Viking shit in her new video? Because I haven't watched it yet. She's probably gonna be mad if she's listening. I know she sent me a link. I had to my email, but it's it is gross, darling. But it's a complete bullshit. Nobody puts their fucking dead dog in their freezer. They're in the winter. She said it happened in the winter. It's like if you needed to keep it frozen, why wouldn't you just leave the motherfucker outside? No, I'm not even kidding. Wrap it up and put it in the trunk of your fucking car if it's fucking 10 degrees below zero. Why would you put it in your freezer? Nobody's putting their dead dog in their fucking freezer. Oh my God. That's just fucking, she is abs. That's the shit that, I'm just like, thank God I do not have the biological makeup, the DNA to be. I just, no matter if I wanted to, most of us, we could not possibly be like that, right? Just that fucking desperate and fucked up. It's crazy. It's like, go talk to your parents, sweetie. You need to go resolve some issues. Oh, that is fucking hysterical. Fucking man. They are good. They are good for a fucking laugh, that's for sure. God damn it. I'm pissed that I didn't save that quote. I fucking copied it and I pasted it into the White House chat a couple times because I was LOLing at it, but I never fucking saved it. I don't bother saving shit from them idiots anymore because it's just that's what it is almost 24/7 from the morons is that kind of post. Jay says Donald Trump blocked the Biden reclassification of marijuana for 11 months and all it took was the Epstein documents to get forced. Yeah, and it doesn't change anything, does it? I mean, I looked at Jay, you know, I've had my because of the fucking what the laws were in Michigan, I've had possession of marijuana before, which whoopty shit, right? So, but I never looked at what each, I never really concerned myself with what the details were of each classification, right? So, this, even classifying it, reclassifying it to Schedule 3 is, it changes nothing as far as um, penalty goes. It changes absolutely nothing. Feds could still come in, as you know, to any like where you are, where I am. There's it's legal recreationally, and so there's tons of obviously legitimate state licensed dispensaries, farms. I have fucking awesome, massive fucking farms literally 2 miles from me, uh, that are always a pleasure to drive by because it smells good. Yeah, they look like fucking storage units, but they're just actually my kid almost talked to him about a job once, but he was not into being one of those folks that it's work. I mean, the big farms, indoor farms, are work keeping everything fucking clean, sterilized, fucking where you don't have, always have to have fresh air. It's just a lot of fucking issues. Jay knows way better than me, but so the feds could still come in at any time still, even with this reclassification, which, I'm not saying that it has happened. There are still stories and reports of farms being shut down by the feds in some of these states that have made it legal, but most of the ones I've seen have been for pretty legit reasons. These companies just weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing, right? I was talking with Nosy about it actually in the middle of the night last night. Nosy is from Germany, and I don't know what their legal, what the legal status is of it. She may be smoking dope completely illegally, but I don't know. I'm sure it's probably very relaxed, right? Like, in the Netherlands, I think it's probably recreational use. It's always been ignored as for the most part in places like the Netherlands. So, but Germany's a little bit different. Uh, Gosh, now I forgot what I was going to say that while I was talking to Nosy about. Oh yeah, that regulation is good. I mean, it's been fucking amazing. I wouldn't want it any other way. The price has gone down. This was a fucking gram. I was smoking, and maybe my habits changed a little bit, but I might have been smoking a couple grams of flower a day, and I can have a gram of fucking good dabs last me over a week easily. Longer than that, just probably, you know, this one, today's Friday, so I probably got this last week, and I still have not half of it, but close. So regulation, I'm good with. I mean, it's a moneymaker. There's plenty of competition. It's clearly a moneymaker that people are profiting off it. They're paying, taxes on that income. They're putting people to work. It's regulated, so it's quality fucking product that Michiganders are able to consume and for extremely, extremely reasonable price. I mean, I don't know what it is. Every week, couple times a month, we hit the dispensary and it's, a gram of dabs for me. Mrs. V usually gets these. I have one here. Now the fucking 2 gram rips. So fucking more bags of gummies, whatever fucking she has to have 4 or 5 different awesome tropical flavors. I mean, it's 40, $50 for just and then if you're spending $50, they're trying to fucking give you an eighth of dope free or a bunch of fucking cones or something. I'm serious. So I think that's good. There's no now I mean, do we even want the feds? Do we even want it recreational legal at the federal level? I don't know because then what would that do to the price, you know? Yeah, Jay says state law should win the court case now as Schedule 3. Darlene says yes, cannabis pot is legal in Germany for adults with significant restrictions on possession, cultivation, and consumption. Right. Same here. You can only be running around. I mean, you can't be out in your car with more than 2 ounces of pot unless you have a caregiver's license or maybe a business license. Um, Permits possessions for personal use and non-commercial cultivation, but commercial sale is still broadly prohibited. Yeah. Jay says in the US it's 40 billion a year industry. The alternative is people buying it from the cartels. Exactly. The same people that Trump claims he's trying to protect us from. Yeah. Jay says like they used to. Just I don't know. Obviously it's only your words on the screen, but I swear if we were sitting in the same room together, it would have been this you would have said that like they used to because we were getting fucking Mexican fucking brown dope for back in the fucking 80s. If you could in Michigan, I don't know how long you were still in Michigan, Jay, but fuck, man, 85, 80, 84, 85, 86. It was a talk about a dry spell. Holy. Or you getting fucking diesel dope shit that's fucking remember big batches of that fucking shit that'd be fucking shipped over in the fucking gas tanks of fucking semis. Man, that's not fucking pot. And then every once in a while, might have an older relative that fucking really get some good dope, some red bud or something. I still got my fucking I got a whole big ass plate of that shit downstairs still in the refrigerator. Yeah, and I don't know if you would have had it. What do you think? What do you think you would have had it a little easier over there, even though it was hard to get weed in Detroit in the '80s, or where I am here on the west side of Michigan, where I mean, I don't know how big like Grand Rapids obviously isn't a big city, huge anyways, but I mean it's not a Detroit, but I don't know how much weed would have came through Grand Rapids to like the lake shore where I am, or if it would have came up the shore from fucking Chicago or something. It was in the early 90s, like 90, 91, that some of the good old boys out here by me started growing the shit. Like some of the fellas that I went to school with. They're my age, but they're fucking I grew up I lived both in the city and the country on and off. my whole life growing up, so it's kind of the way I am. But some of the some of the fellas that I went to school with who just always lived out in the country, they started growing good dope illegally in the early 90s. Fuck yeah, Jay. I remember doing that myself. I remember being fucking 13, 14 years old, coming across some dude's fucking dope plant and fucking plucking leaves like a motherfucker and drying that shit out in the oven. That's hilarious. Thinking we're fucking gonna get stoned. That's funny. Fucking smoking goddamn leaves. Probably fucking male pot plants, half of them. Darlene says my brother drove to West Virginia and got his weed. I myself never tried pot, but never bothered me. Everyone else I knew did. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any harm in it at all, but I also don't think there's probably any reason to encourage anybody to smoke pot unless like I'm honestly I've never gotten any that I know of any sort of, maybe from like a fucking toothache or something once, it seems like. I've never gotten any pain relief, physical pain relief benefit from pot ever. I've been smoking pot for far too long. Not really something I'm proud of. Seriously, since I was a young teenager, I would smoke every day I could have. Back since then, I've been smoking. So, and I don't smoke, like I've just said. I don't smoke very. It's not like a big thing anymore. When I was smoking heavily, it would have been my very early 20s. Would I have been puffing down as much as I possibly could for whatever stupid reason. Um, but it does. But people say that it does give them relief from physical pain, and so I think that's awesome. Oh, I think it was not a toothache, fucking nausea. I think I can see that it's probably helped me with my appetite at times, I suppose. Um, and honestly, I know for what I'm a super lucid dreamer, and if I go 2 days without smoking, my dreams get pretty intense, and I don't really care for that. Even not that they're nightmares. It's fucking exhausting. Like I'm a super lucid dreamer when I dream, and it's exhausting not getting any rest when you're sleeping. I mean, sometimes the dreams are absolutely cool as fuck. Sometimes they're not cool, but so maybe that's the one benefit that I've gotten from it, or two. But maybe even though I don't have any problem eating, as you guys see, as I sit here and chow down on deer jerky. But yeah, probably just allowing me to my mind to slow down a little bit more when I do sleep. Yeah, smoke water leaves exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you've tried, I would recommend something more natural. Not that I have any idea. I can just see it. That's where I would start. I would certainly try pop for the first time for any sort of issue you might have, as opposed to synthetic pharmaceutical, right? I mean, your doctor, I'm sure, would be all about it. I would say though, I just from what little, I would say I don't know about pot. Jay might know more than me about how it would work on some sort of, on an issue like that, Darlene, but certainly maybe and this is where I wouldn't recommend that you try it at all on your own if you've never done anything like this before, is supposedly, and I'd never want to do DMT. It's a very quick experience, I guess, 15 minutes, but it's really there's no reason for me to. I've done LSD and mushrooms, and I thoroughly believe in the power of mushrooms. Microdosing to be out that can be a huge help with folks with you know, PTSD or depression or other related issues. So, but that's a huge step from pot. So either one, if you've never tried pot, you would definitely want to try, you know, ask your doctor about it. And you probably have to have a pretty forward thinking doctor even today that I mean maybe not, I don't know. It's been so long since I've seen a doctor. I don't know. I'm sure more, you know, maybe it's going to be the same percentage mix it always has been, that there's going to be just a certain amount of people that are more conservative. And I suppose that, I guess, though, too, as people, as time goes on and we do more research, that shit's going to be taught in the universities as our doctors, our future doctors are being trained. So maybe there's more of them out there that are more receptive to alternative medicines, or what we'd call alternative medicines, like pot, marijuana, or DMT, or psilocybin. Yeah, you should, because those meds are so strong, and it's not so, it's like you got to think about, do you want to take this? You have to take something your whole life, the whole rest of your life. I mean, medication should be hopefully to get us through onto healing, right? Or a resolution. You know, unfortunately, there's, you know, many folks have to, there are some stuff they have to take for the rest of their life, or they're not going to have a very long life, blood pressure medicine, that sort of thing. But yeah, you want to take, that's something that I try to keep in mind. It's like, is this what I, you know, I don't want to be in a position where I have to fucking eat pills, even if they're benefiting me. How, you know, is there a better solution, I guess? Well, you should explain to them why you want to try an alternate, you know, I don't know. I'm sure there's some, you know, unpleasant side effects to whatever medication you're taking. Usually that stuff will make folks, you know, maybe a little bit more sleepy, or, you know, lethargic. Maybe you don't feel as energetic as you used to. That was always the stuff that I worried about. Like even when I was they when I had all the surgeries, because it's but they're also using, and that kind of fucked me up. I had all my surgeries in 2004, and they were trying different stuff, and tramadol was one of them. And it's a nerve blocker, but now they're using it more for neurological disorders, right, than nerve damage or physical, you know, injuries. And so, yeah, that kind of shit's a little bit sketchy. Yeah, no, I right, there is no cure for it, but it can be well managed, I think. Without a doubt, and I've watched, so because it's, the human mind is a pretty goddamn interesting thing, right? And we all have one, even though mine might be a little bit battered. It's it's very important that each individual takes their own treatment, you know, takes their treatment into their hands, and is guided by their doctor, not led by their doctor, because it's so important for folks to be in tune with themselves and know what works. and being open with their doctor and saying, I don't give a fuck. You know, this is it's not worth whatever side effects I'm getting, or, or maybe it's the exact opposite. This is working, but I'm still having these issues, whatever. All right, you know what? I have to go holler at Mrs. V a minute. I hear her. We've been at this for almost 3 hours, and we only have an hour left. And we made it this far. I didn't know if I would. We only have an hour left until the official deadline, and Pam Bondi is in violation of the law that her boss just signed 30 days ago. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You have to have somebody administer it to you. Jay talking about the DMT experiences. Yeah, I've listened to a lot of different folks that, like were maybe like me and you, where we did a lot of tripping on our own when we were young adults or whatever, and folks that were completely not done any drugs and are just so curious, and or they had, issues that they were hoping to resolve, that sort of thing. All right, I'll be right back, and I'm gonna try and get through one more hour and till midnight, just to be a smart ass at a minimum, I guess, because we know that this shit isn't gonna be wrapped up by midnight tonight. So hang tight, you guys. I'll be right back. All right, I got that settled. We're understood now that I'm going to be happy to do whatever it is I have to do. Oh, yeah, yeah. No worries, darling. Aaron says he used St. John's wort supplement for my stuff, and all it did is give him horrible dreams and jitters. I had a friend many years ago that told me that he used that, but he said it helped him. I don't know. I've never. It gave you jitters, huh? Did you have a hard time sleeping? Like, did it keep you awake? Was it is it some sort of stimulant? It's a holiday season. The holiday season. Tick tock, motherfuckers. Tick tock. The pressure is on the fucking Trump, MAGA Trump base. How concerned are they with our nation, their freedoms, their freedoms? Where does Ree get her ideas? We are thinking of Dave Oz too, by the way. I wanted to say that Dave knows how much I love that bastard. It was a couple years ago when he was moving and we hadn't heard from him in like 2 fucking weeks. And so I made this whole lighthouse, blinking lighthouse beacon that says searching for Dave as it was flashing. And so finally he showed up. And I know that we'll see him again. I believe. Down by the river. I shot my lady. Be on your side or be on my side, baby. There's no reason for you to hide. It's so sad staying here all alone when you could be taking me for a ride. You could drag me over the rainbow. And what is it? Maybe I got that backwards. Drag me away. Shattered dead. Those are cool chords, Jay. They're like, what is it? Like a fucking, it's like a E minor diminished or something like that, and a A. It's weird. They're. I got the acoustic way back there, but it's probably out of tune. Yeah, that whole song was it like fucking 8 minutes long, and it's just those that fucking E minor and or diminished. It's a oddball. I don't know my chord names well. It's so tasty though. That's what rock and roll is, right? You find those two or three fucking chords and you fucking thread your pick or fingers through the strings at the right speed that catches your attention and bam. I don't know if that was the same down by the river. Probably with that fucking solo that Neil Young has in there, right? Wow. Wow, 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 That's fucking funny, darling. That's funny. Whatever. Don't fucking start with me with the drop D bullshit. Dave would be proud of you. That's funny shit. I really fucked up fucking doing a cappella on that down by the river, didn't I? It's actually a song that I fuck with a lot. It's just that fucking what would you call that, Jay? That pre-chorus or whatever. It's odd, and it's not really this. It's like it just is. I mean, Neil had a fucking unique voice, not necessarily a great one, but it's just it's such an odd. I think that's like a fucking B and a B, maybe some sort of B, and then goes into a funny C, or maybe it is just a C major, but that you could drag me over the rainbow is in some sort of B and C combination. And I don't know, it was always hard for me to do the transition vocally on it. Well, I certainly appreciate all you folks, that's for sure. I mean, that's all this has ever been about. I started well, I made my YouTube channel. This channel is two, 2009, July 2009. So I'm 16 years old, over 16 years old. But I really never started, and that's how long I've known Jay for too. very close. I don't know. He would have to tell us when he started hanging out in the Venus streams, but I found those guys in January 2016 or something like that. And I was like, this is the coolest fucking shit since sliced bread. I mean, I'd done all the Facebook group chats and all that stuff for sure by that time, right? But I'm like, this is the coolest goddamn chat format that I've fucking found yet by far. I'm like, it's got a fucking constant video running. It's doing fucking current events, news. You got all these fucking awesome libs in here fucking battling the extremists. I'm like, shit. And I've been hooked ever since. And then in 22 or something like that, Mighty stopped streaming. I've been streaming since 2020, but I think Mighty finally stopped after the last impeachment trial. Or no, so it would have been, yeah, not 22. I guess it would have been after the 2020 election, maybe. I don't know. We would have to ask him now. I know I started coming into the White House chat around in July of 22. It was before the right before the midterm elections that year. So I don't know exactly when Mighty stopped streaming, but somewhere's around there. Somewhere's around the last or the 20 election. And Laura and Patty Whackers were mods for fuck, I don't know who was the old MSNBC. It's not always been oh no, I forget. A brother from Turkey, what his name is. It's not always been he's not always been the one that you guys have been modding for, is it, Laura? And cheers to you, sister. Good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. I was just like hooked instantly. And then I was like, fuck, man, when Mighty stopped streaming, for sure. I mean, I was already doing the protest streams and fucking around with it. I'm like, I want to do some of this, something like this myself, right? Just like there's just too many fucking people in these chats that you can fucking learn shit from. And I'm like, I gotta do something where I can, you know, just yap with these folks and not have to be pounding away on my keyboard, which I'm really lousy at all the time. So yeah, the whoever it was, I can never remember his the USA CNN Live USA streams or something like that. The streamer from Ukraine that like Nam always um moderated for, and Kate Broom too, I believe. Kate and Nem were the first two people to ever time me out on a chat. I'll never forget it. Laura says before G, there were random streamers that were one chick who used the flower aliases, Delilah, Daisy, Tulip. I'm not sure I remember her, but yeah, it sounds vaguely familiar, but there were a couple other like people that like started trying to stream, and I never knew who they were exactly. Like a few folks that were trying to stream CNN when like Mighty had slowed down and whoever else was doing it. Well, like Wiley Coyote, he was the fucking one of the Fox streamers, and then you got Curly, who like I know some of you guys know the Curly streamer, but I never did, even though I don't know if Curly is the same as the Juju bot streamer or not, but I never went into the Fox streams too much because I never lasted very long, but as a chatter. Shocker, I know, right? JC, yeah, exactly. There you go. Jay says JC. JC was a MSN streamer. Yeah, it was when you took the initiative, grab G, and forced him to stream MSNBC first exclusively. Right on. Yeah, before she got loony. Yeah, I see. That's probably who. I'm sure that's who Nem was a moderator before. I don't know if that was who where I first met Kate and we bumped heads. I'll bet I still have the Ukraine stream CNN streamer in my bookmark somewhere. Her mod was called Betty. I don't know. Oh, Curly was the one with the flower aliases. Yeah, I were they was that a CNN? Did they stream CNN or mixed as shit? Yeah, and Gramps. Gramps is like the fucking I don't did Gramps do news or was it just that fucking really cringy dark underground kind of fucking gun humping inbred fucking chat with the railroads or whatever. The railroad fucking videos. Yeah, Gramps, that man, that's probably like one of the worst of them. If for sure, like, how did that fucking place survive? Well, he had to have all those fucking secret links, or not secret, but you guys know what I mean. He had to have, I've done it myself. Like when wanted to stream something that I didn't want to stream from my main channel because it wasn't going to be necessarily be able to stay up for whatever reason. I would throw up just a live stream with the link, live stream on this channel with the link to one of my alt channels. I guess that's kind of how Gramps was. Yeah, MSNBC and speeches, etc. Hayden went ape shit over JC, and I'm glad I wasn't there for that madness. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, Billy Hayden, right? Jay, somebody brought up fucking Kinder. Laura, I know you probably remember the name Kinder too. Last night, it was God damn it, some idiot, he wasn't a complete idiot, but some ding dong and fucking whatever. Some of these people they come into White House chat, and it's like there's very few folks that have been around for a very long time, like the three of us, right? Or that know each other, anyways. Whether we stand on the same side of the fence or not, with some of these folks, there's very few of them but they all changed their fucking names up. But he fucking mentioned Kinder, and I'm like, holy shit. And I'm like, dude, you've been around for a long time if you're fucking talking about Kinder being a fucking spaz. Kinder was a spaz, but I don't know. I don't have tons of people in my block list, 350 or something like that. I think I seen the other day. There's a good dozen Kinders. No, doesn't ring a bell. Man, that he was one that was just way out there, Laura, and at times like not like aggressively an asshole, like just spewing as much "you're a fucking piece of blah blah blah" kind of shit. he was just twisted. I mean, fucking twisted. Banner block. Right on. Ain't got no time for that. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I knew some of you guys had to remember him. Absolute fucking yeah. Just it's hard to explain some of the folks like him. Like he was just demented. And a little bit like aggressive, of course, but just really fucking fucked up. Darlene says she has 1,200 blocks now. Holy shit. Yeah, that's funny. Or Inspector Gadget. Missed it by this much. Laura has 1,780. I don't blame you guys at all. I just get late. I mean, I raised 5 kids, so there's, you know, some of it's not even any work on my part. It just, there's shit goes in one eye and out the other. Look at that. What the hell? How many times did I say Nem to fucking all of a sudden draw him out? Did I say it 3 times in a row? Nem, what's up, brother? Did you hear me just speak about you by any chance? You must have. Happy holidays. We hope you're well. Nam says almost $1 billion if you trace it all back from a Russian company owned by the government into one of Trump's businesses. If you trace it all back, not at all suspicious. Yeah. Well, Jesus Christ, dude. As you know, he's you know, I was on the fucking corruption thing, right? Like his fucking how most presidents do a blind trust and blah blah blah, or not just presidents, even some like Congress members or senators or representatives will do one. Will do a blind trust as well. There was none of that. I thought it would. I thought, hey, this is going to be a big deal, man. You can't do that. You can't be fucking so, especially someone like Trump, right? A clearly a businessman, all kinds of contacts and that kind of shit. I'm like, there's no way America's gonna let him get away with this no blind trust bullshit. It's 10 times worse. He has completely turned the Oval Office into his own personal business office. Yeah, Russian asset. Yeah, something that's what I thought. It was I thought I did the had the Beetlejuice um spell cast on you or some shit. Yeah, because we were hammering out, trying to hammer out who all the old news streamers were, and like some of the chatters that I'll still occasionally run into, like an odd place. Like there's not that many places for him to chat that I know of. Like I can't stand going into the Times Square stream or the Vegas streams or any of that bullshit. It's like the White House is the limit for me. So, is there any New Zealand officials that you know of being implicated by any chance now? As you know, I mean, the list is. I still got. I still have it pulled up actually. The site, it's pinned too. If you guys are interested in checking it out, I did a quick search like an hour ago maybe asking how many files had been released so far, but I couldn't get like a really up to minute real time answer for that. So it's been around, I don't know, 500,000 files released so far, which include pictures and all kinds of different bullshit. And like I said, I don't know, like I said earlier, I don't know that I'll show any of the pictures. And I mean, I'm not going to show any fucking pictures of Trump or anybody else with young girls, whether their face is blocked out or not. There's nothing to gain from that. We already know what kind of fucking disgusting bullshit was going on in Epstein's crazy ass fucking island of shit, and his I guess New Mexico estate. I am more interested in seeing, because you can't, it's not, like I said earlier, there's this level of association, right? And clearly some of the folks are going to have been just purely only associated with Epstein on a business level. Like they really had, maybe, I'm sure it's very few. I said earlier, maybe the bottom 10% of the 100% of the folks that are going to be in these files just mentioned, or pictures, right? Because it was, celebrities and CEOs of companies that many of us wouldn't even recognize the name anyways, but they're rich, well-to-do people, connected people, just lots and lots of those folks. And I think it's pretty ignorant to think that every one of them were somehow guilty in going along with this. And though I think that the number is a very small percentage of folks that wouldn't have had some idea, unless, I mean, if you were spending any time there, right? Like it'd have to be, if it was more than once, that maybe you were invited for just this public event a couple times to this thing, and you spent only an hour or two there with hundreds of other people having dinner, whatever, and then left, or whatever it is. You would have still, maybe you would think, well, there's a lot of young girls around here. But then beyond that, it gets fucking, obviously, people turning their heads to what was happening, to people who were engaged in what was happening, to Trump, who was in the top 98% of that fucking column of people associated with Epstein. Are you guys, I hope I'm making kind of sense. That's Trump's, where Trump, I see Trump. I mean, how do you be friends with this guy for 15 fucking years, both of them claiming that they were best of friends, and not be that high in the knowledge of what was going on? It's fucking insane. I don't know about you guys, but there was very little shit that my best friend of 15 years was doing that I didn't know about, good or bad. So, Jesus fucking Christ, that shit's just so fucking disgusting. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? So anyways, that's my concern. That's why I have no interest in posting, showing a bunch of the fucking photos of celebs at Epstein's and this and that, because it's a mix, exactly what most of us with any fucking half-ass common sense at all, knew that it was going to be Republicans, independents, Democrats, celebrities, of all kinds, businessmen and women, and leaders of other countries. And yeah, I wonder, did I got yapping? Did Nam answer me? Is there any New Zealanders in there? A politician is all over the news here if he spends $7,000 on his government credit card on his personal holiday with his family. Well, that's good, right? Says it doesn't matter what they release, it will never be a Trump. Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's what I've said along now. So, like, my thoughts are, my focus, as I've said through this whole stream and since this morning, that my focus is going to be on what kind of reaction the Trump base has. Where does it splinter some more, right? Where does the next fucking layer of Trump supporters peel off from, and how many of them? Because it's going to happen. There's just no doubt about it. There's going to be, not that I have any sort of fucking love loss or love for the Q-tips, but there, you would think that they're going to be one of the fucking, as nutty as them motherfuckers are. I'm just saying, that some of them motherfuckers are going to be up in arms about this drip release. So Darlene says the release includes thousands of photos. Yeah, handwritten notes. Yeah, it's going to be just I mean, it's impossible to go through for any one individual to go through by themselves. Purely impossible. It's searchable. Like I said earlier, a few times through the stream, you can type in whatever name you want into to literally, what does it say? I shouldn't giggle. It's not goddamn funny, but the Epstein library. You can right there's a search box, and you can type in whatever name you want, but rather if they're they could be in the files that are so far posted, but if it's blacked out, redacted, then it's not gonna show in the search result anyway. And that's the part that, one of the questions I have is, is Congress going to be able to have access to these? Is there going to be some sort of, committee of Congress that is able to have access to these redactions? Not that they'd be able to release them to the public or anything. I'm just curious about that. So that's one question I'm going to be looking into, and I'm just going to be watching and seeing the reaction from the Trump base. I mean, we've had shit like Susie Wiles, begging to be fired, and Bongino leaving, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, resigning and going against the MAGA cult. And you have Elise Stefanik, who has been a huge supporter of the cult, now also saying she won't seek another term. So yeah, it's good stuff. It's just not good fast enough. Yeah, exactly. So them says they'll just release on anyone they see as their opposition. They'll add a couple of their own for sacrificial lambs. Make it look good. Yeah. No, yeah, nothing. You can type Trump. I haven't tried. I haven't bothered, darling. You should try it. The link's right under the poll. Go over there and type in Donald Trump. As far the last I seen, that dumb bitch Sin was said that she was laughing and giggling because she typed in Trump's name and nothing came up. And it's like, why did I wonder if she even tried? It's like, I haven't bothered because I figure there's no way in hell Trump's name's gonna come up. That's how ridiculous it is. Yeah, Laura says Stefanik and some other women are out. I haven't followed it real close. I do know that I've heard what, maybe close to a dozen, 10 or a dozen so Republicans that aren't seeking re-election. Probably most of them in the House of Reps, but some of them for the Heritage Foundation quit. Jay says they had to use a black magic marker on Trump's name in the Epstein files because they just they have just opened up an investigation into Bill Clinton. It totally makes sense, right? Yeah, that was like we knew that was going to happen, and I honestly, it for me it's a pretty easy been an easy thing to just put back at them when they're like, see all the photos and files of Clinton. It's like, bring them in, bring them in. You should charge him with whatever you can charge him with if he was, if there's the slightest, if there's enough evidence to charge Clinton or anyone else with crimes against these women who were girls, bring them in. Are you fucking kidding me? That's the, not the whole difference, but that is one of the key and just, moral differences between Trumpers and the rest of humanity is that it doesn't fucking matter what fucking political party they're from. Are you kidding me? Why would we give a shit if they're Democrats? Fucking bring them in. For fuck's sake. Sickos. You guys have almost got me there. You've almost got me there. So this is, yeah, it'll be, did I start this thing? I probably did start it right at 8 o'clock my time, didn't I? So we have about 21 minutes until Pam Bondi is in full violation of the law. Actually, not just Bondi. Who was, what the fuck is the deputy's name, anyways? Notice how Bondi has kind of stepped back from this release? Like, oh, Todd Blanche. I think that's right. I only have, I can only afford purposely, consciously afford so much fucking brain space for the names of fucking shit sacks, right? Like, seriously. So you have to forgive me for that, but yeah, Blanche. Thanks, Laura. Nosy, what's up, sister? Nosy says, so they did what we all expected. Yes, absolutely. Or at least what I expected. I don't know where everybody stood. I think through all this, because I watched, I really like Rick Wilson. And I feel like he's they've been more on their fucking game over there at Lincoln Square and Lincoln Project um, recently than ever before. I mean, just fucking good shit, right? People, because it's, anyways, I don't want to get all fucking up and fucking kissing Rick's ass. They're good. I see why they have the success, and I always keep in mind that these are Republicans or former Republicans. I don't know how they register anymore or whatever, but uh yeah, I think there was across the board with libs, you know, that there was a lot of different ideas or a few different ideas on how this would play out, that there would just be no release from, I've heard that, to, you know, what we're seeing now. And this is what I thought would happen, that we would see whatever what there would, without a doubt, would start releasing files, and we would see absolutely nothing with Trump's name on it. So that's no surprise. And that was kind of the, I guess, the best case scenario I was hoping for, or being realistic, because outside of just everything being released, full transparency, and doing a great job at keeping anybody who is vulnerable, their information out of there, and that's it. I mean, the president, it says in this privacy disclaimer that the only redactions, other than so efforts have been made to review and redact personal information pertaining to victims and other private individuals. That's it. Victims, private. Victims and private individuals. Trump is neither of those. So to me, this is just about, and no surprise, again, that that alone is a violation of the law he signed 30 days ago, mind you. I'm all fucking worked up about this shit. It's again, because I'm not, we all know Trump's gotten away with all of this shit. We have his cult to deal with yet after all this shit. We have his fucking these motherfuckers that support him, and not just them, but like still a lot of, just from the lowest of lows, of people that have encouraged and helped move Trump and his madness, his monarchy of madness along. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, right, and a lot of that, I was just quick reading Darlene's comment. A lot of it is in this batch so far or what's been released is shit from the previous Epstein trial. Yeah. Nosy says this is going beyond American politics. It has global dimensions. The victims came from all sorts of countries. We used to have Interpol look into that. We used to have Interpol look into that kind of crimes. I wonder what happened to that. Yeah. I should go back and try and find I don't think I subscribed to him. I was a little surprised I came across this YouTube channel the 2 days ago, and just two people sitting there yapping who seemed to be pretty well informed about all of this. And it was when in Nosy, I think I yapped with you a little bit early this morning, or my early this morning. And you also had mentioned like all the pictures of the passports and stuff, and that YouTube channel was the first place I had seen those. And yeah, that shit's really fucking and so this lady had talked about, though, some other shit that had gone on right in the United States, and how they had surrounded these whole blocks of, not the United States, London, and how they had surrounded this whole block area, like taking down some of these trafficking rings that have happened here and there in places, and are fueled, however you want to say it, not fueled, but not by choice, but from some God, what, I can't remember the exact name of the program, but some sort of laxed passport or visa program for folks from the Eastern European countries. So, and that's how a lot of unfortunately, these young girls had gotten, and even in the Epstein referring back to the YouTube channel that I had watched the other day, that's where many of those how those girls had been trafficked, but and also the same with certainly a number of them that Epstein had trafficked too, were because of this laxed. Sorry, I don't can't remember the name of the official name of the program, laxed visa program from Eastern European countries specifically. So sorry, was had to reading some fine print. Donald John Snake. Yeah, so again, really the only real progress I see coming from this is how it will further splinter the Trump the Trump cult. How many more of the fucking rats will jump ship? Not enough, but Nosy says, right, if it were East European girls, I remember that still very well. In the beginning of the 90s, they started to export them yes, to the West. You could buy them like a catalog. It's still, Nosy, it's still almost like that. Like fucking YouTube has that. YouTube is, and I mean, they're adults, I guess, but who knows? You fucking get connected with one of these fucking agencies or companies or, apps or whatever it is that, supposedly connects you with fully consenting, adults. Yeah, that's fucking American men are marrying women from overseas all the goddamn time, and I hate to say probably because in the most cases, these men are can't fucking get along with anybody. So as equal human beings, so they have to have somebody they can buy or control. Right? It's fuck Philippines, Eastern European countries, Russia. Yeah. Nosy says it's also how Melania found her way into the network. Absolutely right. Oh yeah, he had several places, Darlene, but certainly like again, it's just with those two being, I mean, there's just no doubt in my mind that Trump would have been number 3 in this traffic rank. Right, just a silent partner, let's say. I mean, neither Maxwell or Epstein didn't have a fucking country club. You know what I mean? That's where they were. Let me fucking pick up girls from here or help recruit them from here. And yeah, pretty all there's just. whatever. Again, it's we know what Trump is. He's a Charles Manson. He's a John Wayne Gacy. He is a Ted Bundy. He is the worst of Americans at a minimum, and probably just ranks right up there with the worst of humans in our documented history. You know, how can you not be raping children? Anyways, so I think that it's these again. It's the fucking people that support him that we're going to have to live with and concern ourselves with because they're all around us, and we outnumber them by far, but they're all around us, right? Good stuff. All right. I don't know what that went. Let's see. None of it, of course. Good enough. Some of it got through. Bastards. Bastards. Mm. Nosy said the term model was similar to you referring to prostitutes in Germany, or maybe probably in Western Europe, period. It's probably a lot of like that. Yeah, I mean, Nosy, I don't know if you know, I'm always proud of my Dutch roots, right? Uh, you could go look around my channel if you really wanted to see my last name. I don't know how significant it would be to you. Like, I don't know what, but being German and Dutch are fairly close, right? We have, or I would say we, but Germany and the Netherlands have certainly shared. Shouldn't say Dutch so much. I got somebody said something to me the other night about maybe it was Bill saying that yeah, Holland actually, or yeah, I'm getting my words confused now. Not Dutch, but Holland actually refers to the north of the Netherlands, which would probably be more closer to Belgium, right? And so, but uh, yeah, maybe some of those like there's parts of the Netherlands, obviously, there's a lot of fucking seedy shit that goes on in the bigger cities, right? Amsterdam, for instance. Yeah, trading them like cattle. I know, sister. And that's that's the problem. That's part of I think well, I don't know if you mentioned that. It's poverty and, the economy, financial situation. Those are huge factors, right? It's like nobody's nobody's taking that kind of risk with themselves or their daughter, allowing that for them to just ship it. Hey, you're 15 years old. You're gonna go. We're gonna sign a contract with this modeling agency, and we'll see you in a year. Are you fucking kidding me? You have to be desperate to do that because, especially if it takes a parental, some sort of parental authorization, right? Because sure, maybe a teenage girl who isn't in a desperate situation might still say, "Yeah, I want to go fucking. I'm going to America to be a model." Fuck, you know. And if they were allowed to as minors, that I can see that happening, but that's not the case. So these people are in a lot of cases, you know, Melania did not come from a fucking well-to-do family. I mean, they may have lived better than, um, you know, they may have lived in the top half of those folks who had it had it all okay, I guess, but she was did not come from a family like her son Baron has come from now. All right, Darlene, thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your day. Be good. I am only going to be live for just a couple more minutes, anyways, because we are almost at that midnight deadline. So I am just waiting to, because I'm a fucking, I've dedicated myself to this tonight, knowing full well that this was the outcome that we are going to get, or expecting this outcome. So I'm not disappointed or surprised. I mean, am disappointed that this is what we have somehow allowed because of our democracy. And so it's been, I think this is how I can end, is that with, you know, as much as so many of us defend our democratic system, our constitutional republic that is completely managed by a democratic system, a we the people system, it's it's hard. It's why it hurts, because this is quite often in history how terrible people come to power is through democratic means, and then they get in there and they fuck shit up, right? And this is a fucking real time experiment right here in the United States. Whatever, you if I happen to get in front of your eyes and in your ears, thank you for finding the channel. How am I wrong on that though? This is a real time example of a dictator, a tyrant coming to power through democratic means, coming in and getting in through democratic means, and then completely fucking shit up. Preying on the weak minded that is the Trump base, the uneducated, the unethical, those without any sort of compassion, empathy, or basic understanding of or any connection to what our founding fathers intended. And that's very tough for me. That's the tough part in all this, because you immediately want to defend what you know and stand up against what you can see, what most of us all can see right in front of us is happening, and we can't do it outside the law, because that goes against everything that we're supposedly would be fighting for, right? So it's very tough in that sense. Very, very tough sitting here knowing that our only way forward is to continue somehow defend and continue our democratic system. And that means watching this shit play out with a corrupt president, a corrupt Department of Justice, and Attorney General, and all those around him, right? Corrupt cabinet. It's SCOTUS. Corrupt SCOTUS, maybe? Anybody? Going once, going twice. Corrupt SCOTUS. Are we there yet? We are. It is after midnight. Pam Bondi is in full violation of the law that her boss signed 30 days ago. So, anyways, you 4 or 5 people sitting there still yapping or still sitting there listening to me go on and on. Thank you. I appreciate you. I will see you again soon. This is not over, right? I'm just getting warmed up. If you look at that fucking clock next to me, we have 317 days. Not libs, sane Republicans. We need you. We need you, sane Republican Party. If you can somehow pull yourselves out of whatever it is that's fucking holding you back these last couple of years, we need you. I mean, the shit's not happening for much longer regardless, but every day that the sun rises, you have a chance to do better. So there you go. That includes all of us, not just those fucking Republicans. I'm hoping that there are still some sane, conservative, constitutional loving Republicans out there. People who really still believe that Republican Party is the party of law and order, and that they understand what that means, right? What law and order means. So thanks, you guys. Be good. I'll probably see you tomorrow. It's a good chance of it for sure. All right. Peace and love. TV2 out.